Good morning. Or whatever it is, wherever you are. So we had pulled a bunch of stuff into our state module. Sort of like make it a mini model. So that makes some of this stuff cleaner, although I still feel like it's a little bit mixed up between the two. I think we're pretty far past encode and decode at this point, but I didn't want to rule it out. Yeah, so we've still got these sort of like cross... Okay. One mores aren't too loud. Cross-state sort of background things. Oh, right. Our states are still existing. Essentially in the callbacks. If I did that any other way, we'd just be recording like some sort of state ID and then matching it up when we got back, so... Or we'd have to have some sort of arbitrary, like, specifier. It was like, okay, here's the information you need to find the appropriate things to update when you get this back. Well, to a certain extent, that could be the message itself. But then that becomes message specific, like this. Yeah. It's like these could all be state specific. You know, got a name. We got videos for this ID, videos for this ID, but we also had a name. Oh, this is actually user now. I did something up front to fix that. I think it's out here. Yeah, validate user. What module is that in? Handler. Users. There we go. Now. None of that solves essential problems. So things I kind of don't like is that this application-specific stuff is up in generic handler land. However, these are... Yep, not all the way down. These are producing effects, and the state module doesn't currently think, or rather it has its own effects. Other problem is you're dealing with all the auth stuff. We've got hostname path. Well, auth is only used for headers. So I could have yet another request type for the state that doesn't deal with headers. Then there's the fact that I pre-broke URL parts, even though that is a thing that mainly comes in at this end. Really? Oh, because that would have moved up to effect, right? No, we're exposing effect. HTTP request. Right, with HTTP. I don't know that I ever end up using some of those map things. So potentially we could do URL stuff here. Since that is the interface that the base HTTP package uses. Now, base HTTP actually doesn't use URLs. It uses strings. We would use URLs to take it apart. So URL from string. Actually, what is host name? Okay, so that is not. This package kind of assumes protocol, which implies, well, this is with a explicit port. So path and query is where it gets awkward because we'll have to put and we're not going to use fragment for this. And actually fragments shouldn't even get sent on HTTP. So we would need host and path, but we need actually path plus query. Now, What about the node? Options can be an object, a string. Oh. Well, that's where I needed to do headers, so that's not quite drop in. Yeah, they really do not document. If options is a string, it's automatically written with url.parse. Query property. Unparsed, undecoded string. Ha. Let's url.resolve. Can we see? This is where we have to require. Now, I don't know if it would really, if it uses a partial thing like this. Now, this is like host name and path name. Okay. So that calls it search. Well, host name. And search with a question mark. Query with not a question mark. Well, we clearly can put it together, and we're going to have to do some consideration of the difference in formatting there anyway. Hmm. So if we did from string, we could get host name. We could get path and query. And then we would have to put path and query together. That would nicely remove any fragment. It would be incomplete on port and such. And then I think this... Right, because we have to have headers, so we can't just use a string here. This is HTTP would be the interface. And for parity with this, we would do URL. So that'll just be url.hostname. Path is going to be a bloody mess. url.query the maybe.map this could be considered it would be a join operation if we could guarantee the right number of items in the array. So maybe map. And then maybe that with default. Now everything we're doing here is pretty much has a query string, so it's not going to be a great test of it. I mean, I guess we could do that. Oh no, you yourself are a maybe. What do you do if you have a bad URL? Bad URL. That's an HTTP error now. How would I arrange to turn that into a command? Wait. Okay, so you get the ID. So we could have a bad URL, but HTTP doesn't itself normally send anything. We've got our port, which only receives events. Well, that's effectively our message type. Is it though? Well, no, that's worker. Update config.new event. Value. Right. Event. Lambda message. Which is a port event. But we've got kind of a circular issue here, where you depend on HTTP, and HTTP then depends on being able to make a response. I mean, I'd almost have to do a port operation. There's lambda bot port. And there's HTTP error again. HTTP response. Those are the raw port responses. Well, there's my event definition. But do we have any way to trigger that? In Elm terms, that's a task.succeed. So the port would have to be able to support the badge URL type. Okay, now event-wise, we had very, very specific things doing that. Okay, HTTP error is exposed, then HTTP would have to have a comparable error. Now, is that... Yeah, I don't know if that's an error message or if it's the URL. And this is all the junk I was trying to avoid before. Task dot. Is it succeed or fail? Now this is going to be with an error. Oh, but what does that mean message-wise? Perform does a command. The command gives a response to the thing it does. So this is going to be a task.fail. With a bad URL. This is just something that doesn't have an error, so I guess this would be rec URL. And task dot, well, it's going to be attempt because we know it's going to fail. Result to message. Now, our request type isn't matched to this in all of the places we're using it. It's still the same over the wire interface. So handler, somewhere there's, so it's a state, no, that's a different kind of request. Fetch videos. So instead of path, we would do like URL. Token path. Although being able to switch that out was kind of nice. Path, HTTPS. Fetch videos with name. Ah. All right, URL. That's the wrong bracket. HTTP. Oh, you. I guess this, we think this is actually URL. They don't actually define what it is. So many libraries. And I mean, it's there, but it's an indirect dependency. Why? Oh, because this is the base level. Rec.hostname. Request, right. You would do the same thing. Oh, no. Oh no, because you have to change to URL dot host. Is it host name or host? Yes. URL.path. I don't think path is, yeah, path isn't a maybe. Query is a maybe. Maybe. Oh, we lost our... Where'd you go? When transiting the port, we have to do a port error. Oh, you were an app message before. No. The request is app message. Oh, this has changed it from a generic to a specific type, which probably has a knock-on effect to all kinds of other things. I mean, unless it takes a specific error message. It doesn't directly affect any, well, it doesn't immediately appear to affect anything else. But that's no longer fully generic because now we're now sending a specific port message. And that probably ends up affecting something else. CP remember request on perform. Which has the knock-on effect since we call remember HTTP request. Now, well, this is definitely a Lambda message. I think is only defined here. We'd have to do some command mapping if that ever became not just a port event. That actually broke it. What? We didn't have a recompile event. We've got 200s to all requests. Is that from index? Request response. If status code equals lambda.send. Now, this is all HTTP requests. I don't necessarily want to print all HTTP requests. State well, if we get back here, we should have printed it. Well, technically it's send response. But that's so okay, that's noisy. So got user by ID, got videos by name. If we do a response, just a port message, which is a pretty dumb TP request. Oh, it's successor error, which is actually implemented in test where we say print the response. How do we get a 200? And not make a response? I mean, I guess something came back empty. But I've seen things like that before. It's just like a really weird, rare error. Anyway, that was actually kind of a minor thing. That's because I was looking at what if we had yet another kind of HTTP request for state. So it would say, give me blah, 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 blah. Well, we've got query, which is except it doesn't have the startup process. But we could just have a translation function for that, maybe. Because that's kind of what we do up here. And we get a query, we just do that, which, well, and then step executes request. Now, you pass through auth on every single one of these, and state for that matter. Well, okay, so the state gets put into the expectation. Because it goes into the message. And HTTP response, although, if that was an expect coming out of the state, could we wrap all of those messages into a with state? Possible thorn being that one. Well, maybe state would need its own little error handler. That only mapped things within itself. Or then you'd have this weird thing where that would almost be like passing through a success. Because that means it would have to, that HTTP response would have to receive the result in order to map it out. So you might have this weird thing where you like specifically exclude 401 from higher level handling so it can become an authentication failed upstream. Oh, you know what else? And maybe this is actually what's going weird. I think I lost, and I never got around to putting a note in about it. And we've got state authentication failed. State does not clear the auth. Yeah, you know, I knew there was something I need to take care of there. Or at the upper level. So that needs to, the model auth needs to clear. So that seems to actually, maybe that's what that error is. No, I got 200 though. But I have a bigger problem here. And that handler needs to do something with an authentication failed to clear itself. And right now, that kind of leaves us up to inspecting that to see that authentication failed message. We can send a query either when, well, we could inspect the retry field. Or we have a specific message. Query implementation is actually pretty light. Yeah, the stuff I output actually makes it impossible to see when we're making extra requests and such. Although I'd swear I did have something that was recoverable. I guess to make it recoverable, you would initialize this what is auth of? It's just a maybe secret. Okay, so we got the unauthorized, we cleared and reset, and that was fine. All right, so we've solved that. The point of this HTTP response was to allow success-only processing for most of it. We've got a generic HTTP error that gets handled here. No other information in the state. This state forwards the remainder. So if HTTP response, now you see we can't really move HTTP response as such. Well, it could just become a tagger. We wouldn't be able to handle auth failed internally. But that means handling that would mean we have an HTTP error handler in the state module, because we'd be receiving a result that could be anything. So at the state level, we just have the success handler. And the decoder. But then I would have to have some place to put the tag. And that HTTP request would be a parameterized type by the type of data transiting over there, because it wouldn't be wrapped up in expect anymore. Could it be? So expect is specifically result of HTTP error, decoder of that thing. We did do the expect map. But expect wants a result tagger. We would have a success only tagger. So if state had a request, It would not deal with auth. Would it even use the state? Maybe kind of like passing the model. You would kind of be our effect because it would turn state message. Actually, feed me curry. Thank you for the follow. Why am I doing state dot? Oh, because I copied this. So that would be local message. And you are actually a local decoder. Which would then have to move up. This has a whole bunch of other dependencies too. Now, okay, I don't think that has any impact. All right, other thing we lose is our error response has a string tag to tell us which thing failed. So either just have to put a string field in. I could try to pull some information out of the URL. These things shouldn't have had any queries. Now, it doesn't tell me necessarily what operation it was, because some operations do similar things. So you'd have to have some sort of like, what do we call it? HTTP response, HTTP response, source. And you wouldn't have headers. So does this put me back to, we've got a, should we be wrapping up to a different expect? So your HTTP request. You're probably going to be parameterized. So you're an effect, but that effect HTTP request. Which, if we're putting this into our effects, means that our effects... Yeah, this is what we have to do with expect stuff. Because every HTTP request is going to be typed by the type of stuff it takes. Well, taggers... Right, and then, wait, where's message? So it could be list video, it could be, well, you'll be context information. Could be list video, could be user, could be user. And we've got the whole, ooh, where does the validate user thing go in this? Success handler, users. That'll probably be okay. But we're back to the expect problem, where every one of these requests is to be technically a different type, because it has to handle this intermediate stuff. But we want to return them in effects of HTTP request, which unfortunately ends up being, well, query is implied by state. Maybe that's not an effect. But we would still need a function that turned a state into an HTTP request of a type. And we would have to be able to write a function that would take any HTTP requests and turn it into an upstream effect. Well, maybe that works. So not an effect. Actually, you're not doing anything, are you? And we could make it a tagged type. And these, of course, will be specific things. So get videos is exactly this. Ooh. Oh, yeah. I was worried about that. So you're all going to have to change. Right, well, that's typable. I don't know if it's useful. Now the question is, given well, eventually we have the mapping function. That does all this state for event. Execute request. All right, so now can we write all right, so your user ID, I guess for now we keep the same thing. And just try to call through. So that gives me that base request. Which, you know, eventually you'd be probably passing it to something. That would do all of the fix-up for you. So then we want to do our HTTP request. With state with rec.source. And rec.tagger. And rec.decoder. Okay, in an isolated function that works. Can we do this, however? So API auth. Which we need to export. Because your variable okay. Apparently can just kind of swallow that type variable. I probably can't, like I can't have a thing that just holds a request of any type. And execute request could not return a request because they will all be different types. So that would only work if we had execute request that was at this level that called the individual fetch functions and then immediately translated the request types. I can't do expect JSON because that takes a decoder, so it has to deal with the failure. So I can't do this upfront error handling and ignore it in state. If I did that, state would have to have some kind of generic HTTP error handler to be able to handle bad body at least. Oops. TP request. So we produce a message. We talk about an A in the meantime. Hmm. So we went through the specifics of the requests here. The specifics include a decoder, and decoders can fail. If I somehow do this as an expect here, I can't put it into my regular expect JSON at another level. If I do it in an expect, it's going to have to deal with results. You could do a similar HTTP response thing where we map out the errors. Just we have to be able to have a generic error handler here. At which point we could do possibly do source tagging. It would just be here instead of the handler level. Do you import anything? Reply. No, right now it produces only. It's not like you would call an HTTP method that produced the structure. In order to produce requests that are handleable in a single typed place, we have to get rid of the type variable. Because if you do a function from state to request, they're all going to produce different types, and you cannot type the function that produces them. Could we not so much think of these at this, well, we're still producing effects, so there's still awareness of that. Oh, this is the thing we're just doing. We could get stuff out of this file by just making a little fetch module. This thing define, no. Effect is a Lambda thing, so that would be the dependency. But we were thinking at the same level as state. State does not produce Lambda effects currently. I was kind of trying to get some of the state stuff out of there, so we wrap that up later. Could I rewrite those functions just in this file so that they didn't necessarily have to directly get state and or API auth stuff? I mean, HTTP response state, well, you'd have to have the tag. If I had an expect map function, or maybe it's a request map that I did, which effectively does a spec map. That comes back to the problem of where do you get the tagger string from, or the source string from? I guess I could use the same request structure and just overwrite the headers once you have auth information. Alright, so this kind of didn't work in its current form because we've got the type variable in that particular format of it. If we wanted to do something like this, this is only used here. We could get rid of that and fix that up later. We can't get rid of this because state.gotvideos does not take a result type. We could wrap with state around u, and with state around u, And the problem would be that this is not a stateful message. So we could have passed with state to this, or rather as the success. Or is it? Well, it might change the type signature of it to be an application message or a handler message. But this produces an explicit message type. And this produces an explicit handler message type. It seems like the only way that we can abstract the state attachment is to handle results at some level within the state system. So it has to have its HTTP error message. Is that the... Yeah, it's the only place we do that. So that kind of ends up moving. Now, so that would change it to a state response. Instead of having the state, well, that is a thing that has state attached to it, because we still need to do the state session. So maybe that's the argument for handling it there. So generic error, state is assumed. Get it from there, but it's not. That. And you have your own message type. And then this is going to be what? HTTP.error, which if we start, now we're touching the HTTP type. Okay, nothing will actually send that just yet. That's probably Lambda HTTP. This was actually nicely independent of the Lambda stuff up until now. I guess I do some error translation. All right, so now we can go back to handler. I don't think we're going to have an HTTP error anymore. Okay, so that compiles. So now you could actually pull the state mapping out of this. The HTTP response would produce a state.message. I mean, I guess it's sort of bundles it all up to have that together. HTTP response. So this is going to be like with state. Well, no, this is going to be a function composition because this thing is still expecting to receive the result. And then the result of this function gets mapped by that. Okay, so that's the only place we use state in there, and that's an effect message. These all go through state request. So that would make it an effect state message. All right, http.map is request map. Not execute request, it is state request. Now you see, state request has to have the state anyway. Well, I can leave it in the signature for now. So your state.message. And we'll still have to change this. Expect state.message, HTTP request. Oh, indeed. Well, I know I was just kind of assuming that everything here would have to be specific message type. Oh, because we're immediately putting you into the Lambda type. Also, with state, this needs to be parenthesized. HTTP request. Oh, so this would actually have to be. Do we have an effect that map? Maybe Lambda has an effect map? Yeah. Because they didn't do a separate module for it. Oh. Okay, that does work. Okay, so these shouldn't need that. All right, we never rewrote that here. I would need this in a raw request to update add auth to it. So technically this could be a Request only. It's not even a state request. It's a hmm. It's a request. I guess as long as auth was just a parameter, it could get passed in, but like, we have to decide when and how to share that as a type. So that does allow me, yeah, all of that stuff. I think this could be moved over. It's a question of, do we want to, we're assuming that none of these things will need to put other headers in. We could do blank headers, replace the headers. And then do like, oh, we'd have to keep it as a raw HTTP request to change the auth. This means we actually have to be dealing with it as a lambda.http request. Or at least dealing with a lambda.http expect. And some of that stuff could be kind of moving over to state. Well, it's what we're working towards. If we're going to move those, we need to not you. Need to fix these up. I think that's the only place we use those. And it's probably a good time for me to take a break. I'll be back in a few minutes. Liver and a tidy. I've had a miner, a research assistant. I had a farmhand for a while. Had a chef for a while. I haven't had an engineer yet. I haven't had a lot of machines. I know when I had a researcher, like they weren't doing anything because no one was delivering like water and dirt to the stations, and they're going idle even though they're. Come on, cool in the gang. Oh, don't. Just fed it right to him. Oh, really?
I'm gonna go. If you don't mind me, I'm just gonna go get to better ground. I'm just gonna go get to better ground since having nice ground. That ground was not as much.
Clip, yeah.
Alright, you get this jet mark. Oh wait, I'll get it. Alright, deafening again.
So, yeah. It's time to set up home so that I can be the best mom ever again. I wish I had desert tiles here though. That's my only problem with this start. Is there desert tiles up here?
This is to be great.
I just tried shooting an arrow.
Can you do it again? Oh. Are you?
I have one, I wanted to get rid of it. Look at the guy up there.
That was perfect gameplay right there. That was perfect. No one clipped that.
Clips anyway.
Shut up, Smash.
Ever again. I wish I had desert tiles here though. That's my only problem with this start. Is there desert tiles up here? No. Thank you for the follow, Trix. Well, it's hand-drawn graphics.
And we're gonna want to get into this iron. Alright, so we'll do a little bit of this and that, and some of that. Oh wow, those guys are quick to get in there.
And we're back. Alright, that's another tiny change. We could do updating the auth as its own thing. It would, or actually, HTTP request could do it. But in order for that to be modifiable, we kind of have to keep it as some kind of structure. And either we do a structure without headers, or we just use this structure with blank headers. The Twitch headers, OAuth headers. You are going to take... You see, that's an effect. We can't do that. Now, is HTTP request parameterized? Yes. I don't think you touch the type. And if we want to be really fancy, we would properly add the headers. Undo the entire thing. It says registering a header. Well, the HTTP request thing. So these right now produce effects. Well, fetch token is still very much in that. Fetch videos, all of these are pretty much in this one thing. So we do you. If you start producing Lambda HTTP requests, oh, it's not a we could actually do a request map. Although that has to be within a subfield of it. But to do that, alright, so fetch token. Your types gonna be HTTP dot request. And since we're specifying messages, we know what type it is. Fetch videos call produces HTTP request, type annotation request query. Right, because there's like, oh, we've obviously got to fix all those before we fix this. Okay, now, none of these actually require API auth. Fetch user by name. Carry over. And fetch user by name URL. Oh, over deleted this. Okay, we still got a request off. Alright, so we might be able to move some stuff. That's a state message, that's a state message. We're referring to a bunch of HTTP stuff at the state level, but oh well. I might be able to have a module that was dependent on state for the messages at least, that just did all the request translation. Because state's just saying, hey, make a query for this state. We've got events coming in, we've got replies going out. That's all Lambda level. Decoding of HTTP responses is generally the Twitch library. Okay, that's just an encoder. And there is no like event library or reply library. Those are just ways to group our encoders and decoders at this point. So do we want that to be like state.request query? Well, it's only dealing with those things. Actually, is that http.map? Yes, it is. EP response. We only use you in these functions. Okay. Validate user is another thing we only use in those functions. So that's, we break up our HTTP requests, but these are all the authentication stuff. All right, so that's a step. Total indentation change. I mean, I guess you could make like HTTP request like identity or something. So that is removing that. All right, so HTTP response is going to be dependency of all that stuff. So is validate user. And I think everything's going to be broken for a while. All right, there's a whole bunch of state dots. Okay, decode videos. And then handler, we expect to be very broken. I might not actually need to expose these, but that's kind of the level I want to cut things at the moment. And we should also be able to move at least this. Now execute request. Deals with model. And it does all the auth stuff. It doesn't really state to HTTP, but all right. So it seems we did a typo somewhere. All right. So all of the stuff that dealing with the specific requests it makes. State for event. That is Lambda events. So we have to depend on some Lambda stuff there. Is it though? Oh, okay. So if we want that abstracted, event decoder. You'd actually want to, No, you're just a value. So there's port.event, which is just new event. But this is port type event. Okay. Where is that run? State for event. Well, there's the event decoder. Which is defined in the same place as the event type. So, well, state for event would effectively be a query, right? It returns a state. So if we did push new event down to there, no, but the state machine already receives a state. So that would be kind of a separate function. That is the only place we use it. Doesn't do any model changes. So it wouldn't be an update message, it would just be its own thing. It'd be kind of like an init with flags. To return turn an initial model. Would it return an initial effect? I mean, query would in fact be an append state. Although since it could fail, we would have to deal with response. So then this would need to have like its own little perform. To abstract that out. Now, I guess it's possible that there could be events that have application level significance. Well, how about state for event? State for event would be fine. And if we also moved the decoding down, that would be more like a complete init. Or event dot you just, how did I do this? Actually, it's still event. Actually, and it was event dot. Event dot. Okay. We don't have lambda dot session. I need to do anything else with lambda. Did you have your own concept of a? No, you're just calling it a value here. Maybe you deal with it enough because you should call it a session. So you don't technically need to expose that anymore. All right, in order to be able to actually return that properly, Well, it's a sort of an effect perform. Oh, you are doing a model update. And that effect is tagged. Now, this is not necessarily necessarily an update. Okay, so that was simple translation. So I guess we can go ahead and extract this within this space as well. So new event data.session, data end session. So data is you called it lambda.session, but I think, well, if you're dealing with it, maybe you should be doing that as well. And, well, right, so there is some stuff here we need to do. We need to return, do we need to return, no, we return a state by query? Yes. So that's just to perform. Our init does not return a state. Well, that's what it will turn into. We do have to decode data. State.state for event. State.query, because that's what that that's implies the append state. Now, we would need a state error response here. So I don't know if I can actually easily do this in line like this. And we've got an error response function, which does take a plain session. So really it's that. Oh, and I left that as state effect. State.state for event. Okay, still runs. Now, how much state stuff do we need? Well, retry. So you've got that. You got the update function. We have to know all of the effects it can produce. We have to know it has requests in it. I think we're probably past decoders, though. So you are pretty much the entire state folder. Oh, we're in the Lambda folder. I want some kind of breakdown of responsibility. I'm not sure they like all of the message mapping stuff. It'd be a little obscure what's going on there. And, oh, you don't implement retry anymore. Well, maybe the, okay, so you're fine. What about the request types? Okay. And that would be state.state, but we're still mentioning it in a few places here and there. Actually, do I use you anymore? No. Lambda effect. I'm gonna use that all over the place. All the port headers. And we're still ultimately sending the HTTP stuff. And sending... I guess we're not? Surely we're using a bunch of secret stuff. Actually... id.app.oauth. That's a function. Now in the past I used Twitch ID. Oh, is that? No, that must be in the published library. Because we don't have a Twitch folder here. And we've got value, value, value. Oh, right. State. Expose value. Session. 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 There's data. And I think there's another thing we did within its reply encode. So really we could use that. Response. No, this would be the session. And then these are the two things that are actually dealing with values. Oh, no. I guess we mentioned this a few times here. Okay, so that compiles. That was mainly an import cleanup. All right, I might want to revisit some of this stuff. So, what does Elm HTTP do that we might be able to learn from? Hi. Do you do banners? Yep. So where do we even find that? I don't think it's Elm Env. It's all the folders. Maybe it was under like an app data thing. At 19.1 packages, Elm, HTTP. So that's all kernel stuff. So they deal with bytes. The thing we don't necessarily have. So that is all shorthand stuff. Get, which I mean, that could save us some typing here and there. So request. It is a capital request. My command. So apparently Elm modules with system magic can define incremental commands. Or partial commands. Tracker may be string, cancel string. Oh, command map. Cancel tracker becomes cancel tracker? Oh, this is some of the mapping I was doing, where if we had a kernel map expect. Yikes. Which is kind of what you'd expect. So we've got a mysub. Which is apparently tracker and a progress tracker. Effect manager. Alright, so we've got all the shorthand functions. Generic request, which command is probably cancel command, just request. And this comes it down to it being an effect module, where we can actually implement these like partial interfaces. Yeah, so this kind of partial composability is one of the things that's always painful in basic Elm. So there's a command, and we send a command. Header is exactly what you'd expect. kernel function. That's if we're sending a body. It's dealing with all the fancy MIME stuff, which I mean you need to do for as a complete thing. We're not doing all the fancy stuff. Pardon? You expose expect. Expect string response. Wait, what's it? Resolve. Okay, so resolve is what's taking care of the error upgrades. Yeah, so that gives me a possible name for that function in my stuff. That would be implementation comparable. Two messages to result. So expect string response. Expect string. Oh, kernel.expect. So kernel.expect returns something. To result to message. HTTP expect. And there's JSON thing with all the stuff. Huh. So they're expected a 2 body and a 2 value. To message to result. Okay. So this is a partial application. That's bytes. To message resolve. Expect string response is identity. Expect, okay, if there's no expect JSON response. Expect string response, which only has, yeah, which is still identity. Oh, so the expect. So the body thing is probably for dealing with bytes. http.expect array buffer to data view blank identity array buffer to data view expect whatever. Okay, so that's for dealing with the byte stuff. Everything after that just comes down to this toResult toMessage thing. Expect string. toMessage toResult. toMessage is the thing it packs to expect string. And resolver, or toResult, is resolve OK. Resolve. What was resolve OK? Oh, OK body in that case. And resolve itself just takes care of the error mapping to errors that include bad body. Yeah, good status will either map to, well, map error to result body. Oh. So response isn't necessarily a result type where it can fail. It's just good status, bad status. I probably do something similar where it's HTTP response and then the error types. So that might be something to think about. So what did we have? Oh yeah, the error. So that would be kind of a little pivot on that. And we were just doing, at one point we were looking at a resolve OK, which is wrapping the body in an OK. And then if it's JSON, we're doing a resolve, but we're taking a string to map error, decode error to string. Okay, that's mapping the error of result error. A string to a decoder, mapping it to that would resolve to an error string? to result. So that is the, okay, so that would be map error bad body. Bad body of the string response. Did I skip over some stuff? All the bytes. They do expect string response. Now, well, I don't necessarily want to depend on the Elm HTTP library. I don't know if I would be able to use expects even if I did. Unless there was some way that I could execute an expect. Which I don't know that there is. Well, if there was anything to expect, it would be a kernel thing. Unless it actually happens through map expect? No, because it only maps the to value. Expect to value. So that's handling it in JavaScript. And there's your internal response types. And maybe this would be a different way to handle like some of the unauthenticated and things. Or, well, thinking of doing it at that level anyway. Oh, that's metadata. Ah, URL, status code, status text, headers. Cancels a command, progress is subscription stuff. Tasks. How do tasks work into this? Describes how to resolve an HTTP task. Turn a response with a string body into a result. Similar to expect string response. Elm kernel HTTP expect. So yeah, it's doing this stuff. So is this, well, resolver is an opaque type again. I guess you can do that with Elm system stuff. There's risky task, uses the same system. And that's it. The resolver has the same types as result. But it's a function. You put a type around a function that is response string result. Or, well, or response bytes. I guess. Oh. Yeah, so if this would have been an enumerated type in regular Elm, but burying this thing in the enumerated type would allow you to have a type that worked for the appropriate thing. So timeout. I guess body if it's you're sending a request. URL. Headers method. You have a resolver instead of an expect. Now, looking at this, we can see that a resolver pretty much is an expect. Maybe expect has standard error types? And a resolver has variable error types? I see, is it a expect message? Yeah, you're in a message type. And the message is of a result. Tasks only deal with results. Now, like request. Is there a command? Because it sends a command. It has an expect in it. Okay, so it doesn't do two tasks internally. Oh, geez. Well, that's getting into the really hairy stuff. You know, I considered tasks. Okay, so it's able to send commands. Which are in my messages. That's just a straight up to task, which is kernel again. Result to task. Ah, so that's your task.succeed A. Well, it's a result to a result to task. HTTP2 task. Oh, there's HTTP2 task. What's the only thing that touches expect? That seems weird. So there's a scheduler binding, which is must be an Elm system thing. Got it done. So scheduler binding gets the callback for it. There's two tasks, which I guess gets the result callback. That's taking the result and returning. I guess it's giving it the succeed or fail type of task. New XML HTTP request. So this is the only thing that actually does that. Result to task. So, does that mean you can make something a task? By just having a function that returns tasks succeed, tasks fail? Now, they are using a kernel function to create tasks, so I don't know if that's something you can do yourself. And then we're into Effect Manager stuff. So it says command. You have an internal state. Rec subs. Init is itself a task. Right, state with two arguments. No recs, no subs. Right, or must be an effect manager thing. On effects. List of commands. List of subscriptions, our state. It returns a task. If the task oh no, it always succeeds with the new requests. Effectively task never. List of commands. If there are no commands, we succeed. Oh, so this is sort of like update, but it actually gets its entire queue. Where'd you get PID from? Well, tracker PID. Process.kill PID. Huh. So they're doing something with processes. Dix.remove. On a new request, we process spawn. And this is where some of the other library stuff becomes interesting. So we know that there's some task stuff. Lightweight process that runs concurrently. Run a task. Bot process in the current process. Kill, which just returns unit. But I guess that means it's an asynchronous thing, so the task handles what happens when it's done. Now, how does that work? Right, you're mapping that to a different kind of task. This thing returns a task. Maybe task is how they manage callbacks in Elmland. I don't know if that helps me, though. Process.spawn, because it turns it into a task, which Elm could actually do, presumably, because then actually have that HTTP thing complete the task, which is the problem we have. And then platform send to app. So spawn gets us the task, gets us the PID, rec.tracker. Maybe keeping tasks instead of just the messages would be a more similar way to handle the responses. PIDs would give us a source of non-intersecting integers, but the process itself wouldn't do anything. In fact, if it did do anything, it would immediately complete. Because it has to be a task, right? Yeah, what does that mean? Spawn task 1 and spawn task 2. Cannot receive any messages. Task failure ID. How do you get results out? That is the question. I mean, it has to do with tasks, because it is a task. Oh, if it's a task, you would have to perform it. Or attempt it. At some point. In which you give it a message mapper. For the result, and it sends it to your app as a message. Oh, we already had task up, apparently. So when they get a request, they spawn something, but they are actually allowed to do stuff with it. Task.and PID dict.insert. If there's no tracker, we don't track it. So that's only if there's a string that tracks that particular thing anyway. And it's got self messages, which is just, looks like it's mainly for progress stuff. And I can send to app. So it looks like processes and tasks might be some of the interesting concepts that maybe we could use. Like, what if, would it make sense if expect was a task? I mean, we're just treating it as a function. Well, so their task has the concept of resolver, which does include the concept of failure. A expect is a function from a result, whereas a task can itself succeed or fail. All right. I apparently forgot to get water last time, so I'll be back in a minute. So it's getting closer. I guess I could do a double on that one. That would change that. But then I can't do anything with this one. Because anything I do there will double up that.
All right, I mean, at least the berry farms are getting a little more humble. They're a little more tamed. You do that, Mom. All okay.
And you're certainly no space alien.
I don't understand, Saki. What does all that mean?
I'm sorry, Pin-kun. I've known this for a while now. I think I just didn't want to admit it.
She still isn't
But
admitting
your
it.
true origin is...
There it is! No! Pin-kun! I hate you, but I don't want this to happen!
What the hell is going on?
This is the true form of Pin-kun that I pretended I couldn't see.
So,
Pin-kun was always by my side. And because of that...
They will not act smart. But, mind you, students are students. And not all students are smart students. So there are some students that are not 100% smart. So don't buy into that stereotype. If a student doesn't want to learn, they're not going to learn, no matter what ethnicity they are. Just giving you a heads up. Because I've got some students.
All right, so I think the crux of it is Elm can define a task. Well, it can do your like sort of default command, and when sent, it comes back on here and does this whole process spawn that happens to work through a task thing. That's the process spawn, which takes a task. So it's always turning HTTP requests into tasks. But Elm has the property that when that task completes, it can trigger tasks. I mean, this was the command. The command make a request. They use spawn on the task, but they have the ability to create tasks that really do things. I cannot imagine how I would... Well, let's look at task. How would we make a port into a task? Perform does the command. So you could make... I know, but that gets your message mapper. The only way to send a command is to return it from update. So this thing, in fact, does create command that is send a request. This is, I guess, the equivalent of the port. But it's a little bit Elmish. So process spawn. Well, process spawn is still itself a task. So you still have to perform it. And this function is set to return tasks. You still have to perform it. To actually get a command out of it. So if you did request to task, you would just have a task. If you spawned it, you'd have a process ID. Well, once it was executed. And then you would perform that. What would you get? Well, that says task ID. Wait. If you spawn a task, you get the PID. There is no longer a success type. The task attempt will get you an ID. But what they have here is they have mapping, or and thenning. So you would spawn and then do something, and then the result of that would be the result of the entire task. But that spawned task 1 and then spawned task 2. So that's already a thing. And the only, let's see, to get a task whole cloth, is pretty much succeed and fail. Yeah, so succeed and fail, the only way to get a task whole cloth. I mean, well, there's all the Elm stuff that does things we can't. There's, well, sleep is a task. But I mean, all you can do is like pass 0 just to have it. Hey, look, we got a task. So spawn task. Would be a succeed. So if we were trying to do an HTTP request, we could, when we got a result, spawn a process. Oh, the thing you put into task, though. The A is forever gone. So you say you succeed. I guess if you put fail, maybe the spawn would fail. If you do spawn succeed of whatever, that whatever is forever gone. Because the result of that computation got replaced with the process ID. If task 1 makes a long HTTP request, so that would actually have to be some sort of post that was performing a side effect effectively, because there's no way to get a direct result. No, because HTTP2 task does a resolver. Just HTTP.task, which gives you a task XA. If you pass that to spawn, you'll never see that A again. So you're doing the, well, maybe also for progress, but so it spawns that. I guess you can kill it if it's out there doing some side effect. You just can't get results out of it. Now, how do you get results out of it? You have a to-task that accepts a function that can perform platform send to app. Other interesting question is if we spawn this and record the PID. Unless it sends a cancel itself, it never removes the trackers. Now, it's a dict insert, so I guess if you reissued things under the same tracker, it would clear it out. Is task a useful way to handle our responses? Task? Well, you perform it. Task never a message, ate a message. Or that's attempt. Yeah, result to message. So that would be the equivalent, rough equivalent of what we've got. So we would turn it into a result. We've got a result message function. We've got a result. We don't have a task. So I guess the trivial form of that would be task.succeed. Well, task.succeed is constant. It'd be like task and then take this value and apply it, or and succeed with it. A task is itself kind of like a result. Now, interestingly enough, I've been doing some things that, like, forget the errors, or direct them off to other paths. When I make a task, all you have is succeed and fail. At which point you have to know the time.now t succeed. So that's just doing the POSIX to millis translation. That did get the and then did get the success value of the other, well, of a task. If we had a result mapping function, if we had a result, we would if we had a result, we would either have to do succeed or fail. And then you would attempt that to turn it into a command that would generate that would call you back with a message. But the only way I think we can get a HTTP response is from a port. And a port is already in a context where we have to return a message. There is no way to get a message out of a command. You could get, or out of a task. You get commands out of tasks. And at some point, we have to go over to a port to actually make the HTTP request. So substituting a port command with a task doesn't help us. Being able to do our HTTP requests as two tasks might be nice. But we've got a command we have to send. I don't know of any way to then trigger the port out of that. Well, running the task would have to send us a message, the result of which would be to perform the HTTP request. Which would come back on an ordinary message response. Okay, I'll have to come back to the port. There'd be no way to like tie it to the task sequence. Because you'd have to attempt. The message you attempted with would be like, okay, send an HTTP request for me. Even if it's somehow bound up in the data and carried through the message, the actual port send has to happen there. And once you've done that, you've lost your task chain. So we can have a task series that produced all the information to make a request. You couldn't actually send it. Well, you could generate commands and then do a message with the command to say, here, send this message for me. But then you lose your, as soon as you go through that message, you've lost your task chain. Yeah, tasks are a weird one. They probably make more sense in straight up Elmland. I thought I should maybe do that similar to how I did a exercise on JSON decode. Yeah, scheduler. So that actually creates the XHR and tries to open it. Well, it's inside scheduler.binding. So I guess a scheduler binding is a task. It somehow involves a function that takes a callback. So when you're done, oh, that's where bad URL comes in, huh? At least in the browser. Is to task because there's your expect to value response. What do we like your message mapper? Oh, to task. Okay. Function given to task. Platform send to app. Result to task. Which is in fact succeed fail. So the kernel method is able to do that. So your task, so it gets a result, maps the to task to another task. Callback with another task. tasks. Oh, it's just a thing with the callback. And then is a callback and a mapping function, I guess? Scheduler receive. It's a scheduler binding. Which this is the callback function. No, this is the function the binding contains. It passes in a callback. And that callback receives yet another task. Takes a response to a task. It have to be scheduler succeed, right? Scheduler spawn, scheduler binding. GUID task, NQ proc. Yeah, so I've not figured out any way I can really use tasks with the ports. I mean, it seems like something that would make a degree of sense. To get the equivalent behavior to a task, you would not execute it until it was performed. And then you would return your result on the thing that was ultimately passed into attempt. So I don't know if we really have any control over. So we've got an expect. Make that into a task. And we've got a very special format for a to task, which is the resolver. We would have to not send the request. when it was attempted, we would have to send to the port. But I would have no way to delay further processing until we got the response back. Like, once you're in a task chain, I don't think there's any way to say, yeah, hold on, let me get back to you. So you can map things, but you can't, like, really put it on hold. Task.attempt gives you a command. So I'd have to have some way to say, okay, well, if you attempted this, we actually need to send a port command. And then save your attempt function as the thing that that responds on. The other thing would be if you wanted to do like the parallel or sequence tasks. Sequence. Turn them into a single task that returns a list. Assuming we could get a task for an HTTP request, we would expect that to return into a succeed or a fail. So you have to somehow replace the expect. You still won't be able to perform it. It's the expect the thing that mapped you to a task. Well, even success is a task. How do you get the value out? You'd have to be looking at like the internal type of the succeed. Like assuming it's some sort of enum. So given an HTTP response, you could get a... you have to do a message that contained a succeed or fail, a successful or failed task. So the only thing you do with that is perform it to get a response. I don't actually see a way to use this right now. So we've got the idea of, let's see, at our HTTP, is it HTTP that deals with that? Or is that still at Lambda level? Yeah, so that's maybe not great. Where do we get our responses? Is this some sort of decoder? It's not an event, right? No. Oh, it would have gone to port. So decrypted, HTTP response, and then the individual errors. So this is sort of up in the general HTTP response type. I think we deal with that enum elsewhere. Port.http response. Oh, does all of those get mapped to HTTP response? Even though there are different events on the wire. HTTP response, and we're doing decode.map error, error network error, okay, body. So that is the general class of this thing, which is right now a result. So this would be... Is it a response? Yeah, so they call that a response. You don't currently do anything with HTTP. Oh, you actually defined HTTP error. This is port HTTP error. So this would be like port HTTP response. So that is... we don't currently return the status code. It was just result string. Oh, but that type was HTTP error, so this is just HTTP response. So you're a good status. You don't have error. Wait, what did I mess up here? Oh, that's a map 2. All right, so that might be okay within the port module. Probably, I wouldn't be surprised if HTTP port.http error Oh. I might have been. I'm probably using map error here. Yeah, result.map error. Which means you would actually just be doing the. And what is. You're probably just result. A string. All right, so you're not necessarily public error. It's more, you're not a result, which means I have to change this. That function name needs to change. And it might be the same from there on out. Lambda port, HTTP. Oh, port exposing. Where are you? Response to message ID response. Task.attempt. Oh. Maybe they do have a constructor collision. Attempt needs the first argument to be a result. Oh, you used to be a result. I need to turn this into a command somehow. Does this just become a succeed? Attempt needs a thing that takes a result, right? Yes. Well, if it's a task succeed, you might be able to just do a perform. That's not really a case we exercise very much. Because we simply shouldn't have bad URLs. All right, this is... Oh, this is probably resolve, huh? Actually, did this move? That's the compiled, so we've not been able to update. So that may have just moved. Actually, okay, so you do get called outside. So, let's see, that didn't really teach us, the only thing they subscribe to is status updates, progress updates. So they're just, They can make responses because they can do send to app. And that's not the general subscription mechanism. All right, Elm. Now, platform. Yeah, it's nice for testing if you completely ignore the built-in commands and subs and implement them yourself so you can inspect them. It's probably nice for the Elm team testing because they can actually inspect the stuff. Yeah, that's great, and the free backup is great until you want to know that it actually disconnected. Kernel. Yeah, so the details are probably very, very internal. Okay, well, let's go back to sub. Platform.map, platform.batch. Oh, I guess subscriptions might be more what I'm interested in, which is it's not process. It's platform, which has subscriptions. Oh yeah, worker. How about, yep, kernel worker. Platform batch. I guess maybe it's all the same batch for commands and subs. Oh. Yeah, so it's possible my batch implementation has some issues with that. We don't do very much at once. Okay, so that implements it. Well, subscriptions, platform worker, platform.initialize. Ooh. Oh, implementation.subscriptions. And then you get args. Which has the actual subscriptions? No, that's flags. Platform worker. Debug metadata args. Oh, implementation. Okay, so implementation subscriptions. So they're doing something fancy with subscriptions to upgrade it to a... Oh, no, actually, it is a functional model. Send to app. Which... There, okay, so function, stepper builder, setup effects. So apparently that's when we refresh subscriptions. So subscriptions returns a list of subscriptions, which I guess we'll have to look at individual things that have subscriptions. platform.fxq dot shift dispatch effects, which is down here, gather effects from a given bag. So that takes care of the leaf node map. To effect dix. So this seems to be in the, actually kind of in the same class as commands. Map ep is command chi. So what's a... Are there any subscriptions to the core library? Every subscription is effect module. Submap. Add my sub. Triggers taggers. On effects. Stot foldle, add my sub, dict.empty subs. Big old dict merge. Oh, there's more processes. Spawn help. You've got a time server. Okay, so this looks like it's, well, or it's down a level? No. No, time.js. So I'm not sure what the server stuff was for. That's mostly zone stuff. It's just Emily's deposits. Time set interval. That's JavaScript set interval. The function to clear it. Spawn timer. The task. Okay. Add my sub. So you've got your state. Just taggers and processes. Is subs like just the list of taggers? Not router. List of my sub message. New taggers. So you're just keeping a list. Well, I wonder how it knows which processes to kill. Did that merge? Now, new taggers was an array? Oh, but this might build up a dictionary. So essentially we do have, well, this is subscriptions. The subscriptions keeps around some state. The state tracks everything that it has running. So I guess on effects just like gives you the list of associated subs. Somewhere it's tracking subscription, so like time every. Produces my type of sub. Well, no, it's a subscription. It's a platform sub. But subscription, and this might literally be. There's probably something special about it, but it's saying it's a my sub. And that is allowed to make generic things even though they're all smooshing together. But when the system does this, it knows it's from this module. So it only gives this thing the subs for its module. And then HTTP was doing a similar thing where it had its private state where it tracked what to do with the result. The only reason I could think of using a process there would be you get it as a source of process IDs, but you're spawning processes that do nothing, so. That seems maybe not so useful. spawn ID exit never. Messages that are produced if the process fails because of user code. Can send messages to tasks, but tasks, well, maybe there would be some sort of system ID that would allow you to send messages back. So system code can get stuff out of processes because they can do the send to app. We have no way to submit a command that will result in a message. We have no way to get this value because our success value has been replaced by ID. Well, it's a task Y. Maybe you could have the process return a fail. And that would be a way to get data out. Task 1 makes a long HTTP request. Yeah, I don't know if we can fail just because the spawn operation itself failed. Now, this is a Y, which means it's not a definite type. And it's not X. I mean, that just means it can go in any kind of chain. No, you couldn't use ports for communication because you can't send commands. Okay, so Elm sub is doing pretty much what we're doing. And basics are probably pretty basic. There's never. Looked at task. I looked at platform a little bit. There's task and process IDs again. And these are exposed even though we have no way to use them. Because I think the only way to get a router is to actually have an effect manager. And that is restricted to Elm to Elm packages. Couldn't really figure out how to use tasks. Couldn't really figure out how to use processes. There's probably still room for improvement, but nothing's super glaring right now. Still not super thrilled with passing the state around in messages. Okay, we're in state, and those things were just so cached. That's sort of a condensed implementation of what we care about. And we got the sort of all the stuff we had to add just to make it work. Well, I think the deadlines for this is coming out, so probably just as well we're moving on. I think this is only to check that it's coming actually from a Twitch extension. And I don't think I can toggle that behavior on a per stage level. So I think I've already removed the Twitch parsing stuff. Channel ID and theme. Okay, so we're still using both of those. So I'll need to boot up the new extension host. I think they've moved to a Electron-based system. Then we need to be setting up the actual, well, and upload the latest version and see if it works. And then start working on, Well, I guess I could do cores for like localhost, my site, and whatever Twitch comes through, which hopefully we can get some logging going from the extension panel and hope that that works for actual extensions. Now what I might be able to do, actually, is have different CDN endpoints for it. And maybe they could do the course headers. Well, we're getting there. I might want to come back and look at the code with a fresh set of eyes just to see if there's... I mean, it kind of works out. I'm not sure I like some of the message mapping stuff. And so it's a lot of kind of obscuring going on there. Anyway. Oh. When did... Okay, I guess the camera just died. I'll have to look into that later. But that's it for now. I think I did have to like unplug it and plug it back in before. Which has been a relatively recent phenomenon, actually. This is about when I'm usually on. I guess sometimes I get caught up, but I actually started pretty early today, so I think I'm just kind of a little mentally tired by this point. Let's see, do they... I guess he has status screen up. So I don't know if that's a BRB or a stream over. So it is on break. There's some multiplayer web dev.
Or do we just keep...
Let's see, did I grab that? No. For the website, it's cool to hang out. Nexus Null is working on multiplayer for some kind of web dev thing. But that's someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye, and until next time.